Hey y'all, welcome to the mtga Hillbilly Show, where the magic's burning hotter than a moonshine glow. We're shuffling, dealing for the world to see. Come on down and join the fun, all out you to stay. Let it roll, let it roll. Love, skill, and soul. Tapping with our critters and spells, and when we win, you know we're ringing them bells. From morning till evening, we're never slow. Cardboard cracks the name of the game, you know. Lost in the draw, but we never let go. Playing for pride in the soft southern glow. Decking our hands in a gritty year. Magic together with the folks we hold dear. Welcome to the mtga Hillbilly Show, where the magic's burning hotter than a moonshine glow. We're shuffling and dealing for the world to see. Come on down, join the fun and know how you do. Let it roll, let it roll. Let's get a little soul. Let it roll, let it roll. Let's get a little soul. Let it roll, let it roll. Let's get a little soul. Hey y'all, welcome to the mtga Hillbilly Show, where the magic's burning hotter than a moonshine glow.
Hey everybody! All right, we're gonna play some games, and then we're gonna theory craft some decks. All right. Discord is open also if anybody wants to join in on the Discord. I am sharing the stream there. We only got to win 7 games. All right. Yeah, we'll try this. Cool. Probably should have waited another turn. Did not. Play needlehead next. Jeez. Oh, great. Was wanting to play Needlehead. Yeah, Needlehead. Unfortunately, I did not get to. Need some removal here. Fortunately, I ain't got none. We're dead. Kept getting bad draws. Only had everything they needed. Maybe this will be better. We are going first, which is good. All right, can we get our third land? Our run of black. All right, give me a land now. Daggone it. Take your damage. Well, shoot. All right, can I get a land? Another removal? Probably. Might as well, man.
Don't worry, Pom Pom Chan. I've got this. Control the fight. Control the outcome.
Oh my gosh.
Dispelling phantasms makes me feel good. I found an eyewitness.
Daggone it. At least I get to work.
I could use a little help. I
Well.
am an eyewitness.
Can't do nothing. Draw nothing but lands. Yeah, we're screwed. Deck is not working. Okay. Got that planeswalker. Must be some kind of super friends deck. You know what, opponent? You can have it. Not letting me play the game, you ain't gonna play. Enjoy your free win. Six, go to the hillbilly deck again. I can't play. Nobody's playing. Really? Turn this into nothing. Oh, great. Good try, opponent. Play a creature. Well, I can't do nothing about that. You're lucky. Well, got me. You got me. Could have did the face. Could have did the face. Which was a whack of draw. You already got one down. You don't need another. Ah. I don't care about that. Top Deck City. All right. Oh, we got our own screaming nemesis this time. Manifest Dread deck. Oh. Really? Well, oh my. What are we gonna do? Got him. Block my screaming nemesis with one of your 2/2s. Down to 3 life. Ping you. Flows 2 damage. And my Razorkin Needlehead or my Nightcrawler will get you for the last points. All right. I'm about ready to go over the cards. If anybody wants to join me, they can. All right. Why did I keep? What's up, Lone Wolf? All right. Really? Opponents. Like. All right. Well, you got 2 creature lands. Get rid of 1. right, now can we get creatures? Can we get some creatures? Be expensive for the consoles. Really? Keep you from gaining that life? Man. No creature lands. Jeez Louise, they ain't playing no creatures. They have not played not one creature yet. Not played not one creature yet. Ah, that all you gonna do? Dang on control. There. Daggone it. Man. Oh my. Dang on it. Can't do nothing. This game is really irritating me. Boy, is it irritating. The guy always got the answer. Man. We're down to 5 life. Ain't no way we're gonna win this. I probably got a board wipe. Wouldn't doubt it. Really? Wow.
Dead blooded.
All right. That was the 5th game for today, unfortunately. Let's go look at the spoilers. All right. I looked at the green and the black this morning. So we can look at the white, blue, and red this afternoon. All right. If anybody wants to jump into Discord to go along with, to read these cards along with me, you're more likely, I mean, you're you more than welcome to. But we done went over the green, seen some good green. Now we're gonna look at the blue and red first. Legend of Roku, 4 mana. Blue and red sagas are the cheapest. They're 4. Others is 5 and more. The black one is 4, 5, 6. The white is 5. Blue is 4. And the green is 6. Yeah, went over the black one. The black saga is nice. I went over that this morning. I went over my 2 favorite colors in Magic, which is black and green. Red one, 4 mana. Exile top 3 cards of your library. Till the end of your next turn, you may play those cards. Chapter 2, add 1 mana of any color. Chapter 3, exile and transform it into a 4/4. It's not too bad, since you do get 1 mana the very next turn. Hopefully you don't get exile something that you can't play. Like I say, you exile a land and a creature. You'll be able to play a land and the creature from exile till the end of turn. Anyway, this transforms into Avatar Roku with Firebending 4. It means you'll get 4 mana, 4 red mana during combats. Then you can pay 8, create a 4/4 red dragon with Firebending 4. So you got 4 mana. You attack with him. You tap your 4 mana, and you use your mana that you get at the end, last until the while you're doing combat, you'll get your 4/4 dragon for only 4 mana. Because this gives you 4. Not bad at all. Not too bad for red. All right, we're going to keep on going all the way down red, and then we'll come back and do blue. Flash, fated firepower for X, green, red. So 3 reds and whatever you pay. Flash enters with X fire counters on it. If a source you control would deal damage to an opponent's or permanent opponent controls, it deals that much damage plus an amount of damage equal to the number of fire counters on this enchantment instead. Now, if you have a way to put counters on this, oh my gosh, that'd be terrible. But in a good way. It's not going against it though. Be great with green. Because with green, you got mana dorks. You got all kinds of mana dorks in green. You got, you can ramp up in green pretty dang on quick. So the quicker you ramp up, the more you can pay into this. And the more you pay into it, the more damage you can do. Very, very good enchantment. I think it's going to see some play. I really do. I think this enchantment is going to see a lot of play. Then we got Zozin's Comet. 5 mana. Each creature you control gains Firebending 5 until end of turn. Huh. It also has foretell. So foretell, you pay 2. It goes in exile. Then you pay 3 to play the card. Not bad. Not bad at all. Then we got Firebender Accession. For 2 mana enchantment. When this enchantment enters, create a 2/2 red soldier. Firebending 1. Whenever a creature you control attacking causes a triggered ability of that creature to trigger, put a quest counter on this enchantment. Then if it has 4 or more quest counters on it, you may copy that ability. You may choose new targets with a copy. Not bad. So, a ability is that firebending. That's a ability. So every time you attack with, so you have this out, you attack with a creature that has firebending, you're going to get a quest counter and put on this enchantment. So it triggers itself because it makes that soldier that has firebending 1. So then, since this has the token has firebending 1. Once you get your 4 quest counters on this, your firebending will be, instead of being firebending 1, it'll be firebending 2. That is pretty good. This enchantment here, do I see it seeing a lot of play in standard? I want to say yes. I want to say yes. It will see a lot of play. Ran and Shaw. 5 mana 4/4. Flying, firebending 2, dragon, 4/4. And when it enters, if you cast them, and there are 3 or more dragon or lesson cards in your graveyard, create a token that's a copy of Ran and Shaw, except it's not legendary. So you can get 2 of these if you have 3 or more dragon or lessons in your graveyard. Nice. You pay 4, dragons you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. That ain't bad. It's not too bad. 3, 4, 5 mana. 4/4 for 5 mana. Firebending 2. Flying. See play. Maybe. I want to say this. I want to say this card is okay. I want to say this card is okay. As far as playability, it might have some playability. We got Zone, the Moon Slayer. 1 in a red. Human Soldier. Menace. Non-basic lands enter tapped. So it will slow your opponent down a little bit. Then for 7 mana, put a Conqueror counter on Xyle. As long as Xyle has a Conqueror counter on him, non-basic lands are mountains. So for 7 mana, you can turn all basic lands, non-basic lands. Yeah, all non-basic lands into mountains. Huh. Not bad. Not bad at all. I like it. Do I see it in play? Play. Maybe. Getting to that 7 in red, it's not going to be hard. It's not going to be hard at all. Because of all the fire bending, you get the mana. You can use that mana to activate him. You do it during combat. So then he's activated. So do I see him play? Yes. A 2/2 for 2. I can do that. Turn all, make non-basic lands come in tapped, and not only that, turn all non-basic lands into mountains. Yeah, I can see this being played. The last Angie Kai, one in a red instant. Target creature you control fights target creature opponent controls. If the creature opponent controls is dealt excess damage, this way, add that much red mana. Until end of turn, you don't lose unspent red mana as steps and phases end. Not bad. Not bad at all. Do I think this want to see some play? I think it might see some play, to be honest. It is a fight spell in red instead of green. But it might see play. Then we got Firebending Student for 1 in a red, 1/2, human monk with prowess. And Firebending X, where X is this creature's power. Nice. So, the more instants and sorceries you cast, buff the creature, which will buff the firebending up. Sounds a little complicated to me. So, I don't think this will see any play. It could. I could be wrong, but I don't see it being played. Unless you'd run a lot of stuff you can play during combat. Then we got Redirect Lightning. For 1 red, additional cost to cast this spell, pay 5 life or 2. So you got to pay 2 more mana just to play this 1 mana spell. Or pay 5 life. Change the target, a target spell or ability with a single target. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. You might be able to let's say this has Firebending 2. And this has Firebending 1. With this spell, Redirect Lightning, you might be able to cast it on this and give this Firebending 2. That's just what I'm thinking. So will this see him? Will this see him play? Maybe. It might see play. They got Wartime Protesters. 4 mana with haste. 4/4 for 4 with haste. When another ally you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on that creature, and it gains haste until end of turn. Nice. So you notice your allies are in different colors. So, like right here, green. So you have wartime prospectors out. Then you cast your Great Divide Guide. Great Divide Guide will come in as a 3/4 with haste until the end of turn. That's not bad. That's a pretty good card there. Do I think this card will see play? I'd have to say definitely yes. Pretty good cards. I think it will see some play. Shrines, I want to say they're okay. They're not really, I mean, yeah, you get a Prowess 1/1 monk with the red one. So it's okay. Then we got Zuko Exiled Prince for 4 mana, 4/3 with Fire Bending 3. So when he attacks, you get 3 red mana during combat. You pay 3, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. So you attack with Zuko, get Fire Bending 3, use that 3 to exile the top card of your library. You know, exile the top card of your deck, and you can play it. That now, if you whiff, then bad. But if you play it, put a bunch of 3 cost stuff in your deck, and you play with Zuko, then there's more of a chance for you not to whiff. So then you'll have, because you'll have 1 more mana on the battlefield. This does not have haste. So when he enters the battlefield, the next turn, you'll have another mana. You'll have actually 3, 4, maybe 5 mana. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 mana in total during the attack. So if you attack with this just right, you play something for 8 mana. But it only lasts till the end of combat. So you may not be able to do it like I'm thinking. Combat, I don't think you can cast anything except for instants and sorceries. Still not a bad card. We got Mod, Jag, but as far as playability for Zuko, he might see some play. He might be alright. Then Mod Jagged Edge. 2 mana, 1/3 with Prowess. Exhaust 3. Put a double strike counter on Maya. Double strike. It could be a double strike Prowess. Not bad, actually. This card, I believe, will see some play. I do think it's going to get some play. Then we got Combustion Man. 5 mana, 4/6. Whenever Combustion Man attacks, destroy target permanent unless its controller has Combustion Man deal damage to them equal to his power, which is 4 damage. Mix this up with green, give it some counters, then you're automatically destroying a permanent. That even includes lands. Does not say non-land permanent. So you can destroy lands, you can destroy creatures, you can destroy planeswalkers, or whatever. Unless they want to take the damage. 5 mana, 4/6. So you won't be able to play this in turn 4 or 5. But remember, we do have crystals in the set now, thanks to Final Fantasy. So that'll make this one cheaper. I think this card is good. I really do. I think it is good. Do I think it's going to see some play? Do I think it's playable? I want to say yes. Although it does not have haste, but if it's left unattended, not attended to right then and there, it's going to cause some damage the very next turn. Entirely Artful Acrobat for 3 mana, 3/2. Human Performer with Prowess. When it attacks, you may pay 1. When you do, target creature can't block this turn. So you can make this unblockable. Almost, make it almost unblockable. That's not bad, actually. Not bad at all. We've got Zhang the Deserter, 3 mana, 2/3, with Firebending 1. With Exhaust, put a 1/1 counter on Zhang when you next cast a lesson spell this turn. Copy it, and you may choose new targets for the copy. So for 3, you cast a. So you got to have 3 mana plus the cost of whatever the lesson cost to be able to copy that lesson and do or do whatever the lesson is to your opponents. I mean, whatever the lesson says. 3 mana, cost 3 for its exhaust ability. I think lessons are instants. So you can get one of that 3 from the red mana that you attack with. So with this, I think it could do. I think it can. I think it can do some damage. I think it's. Do I think it's good? Yes, I think it's good. I think it's going to see some play. Yes, going to see some play. I do believe, and can get pretty strong. So you want to turn this into a 3/4 with the exhaust ability. Nice. Combustion Technique, which is a lesson, deals damage equal to 2 plus the number of lesson cards in your graveyard to target creature. That creature would die this turn. Exile it instead. Just another shock. Unless you are able to copy it, then it will do 4 damage. Yeah, I think anything that does that shocks will see play. I do think this is a playable, and I do think it's going to see some play. We got Aurora's Demonstration. 2 mana, lesson. Choose 1. It deals 1 damage to each creature your opponents control, or it deals 4 damage to target creature. This lesson, I do believe it's going to see some play. I like it, and I do think it's going to see some play. Then we got Tigerdillo, 2 mana, 4/3. This creature can't attack or block unless you control another creature with power 4 or greater. We've had creatures in the past like this. Another creature with power 4 or greater does not count itself. Can't block, can't attack unless you have another creature that has power 4. This might see some play. I mean, it does have high attack on it. Ain't gonna be hard to get a creature with power 4. That ain't no problem. I'm gonna say this might see some play. Right now, I'm giving it a okay card. Because if they take out your other creature that's power 4 or greater, then that'll turn this off. So you gotta have at least two other creatures with power 4 or greater. That way this does not get turned off. Which turn 4 is not hard to do. We've got Twin Blades. For 3 mana, artifact equipment with flash. When it enters, attach it to target creature. You control that creature gains double strike until end of turn. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. That will buff a 3/3 creature up to a 4/4. Then you'll be able to block with Tigerdillo because you'll have a creature that's a 4/4. Nice. Do I think this Twin Blades see play? I think it will because it has flash, which makes it better. And it automatically equips to a creature. So Twin Blades, I want to say it's a good card. And it'll see some play. And if anybody wants to join in on the Discord, they're more welcome to. We've got Jet's Brainwashing for 1 red mana with kicker 3. So for a total of 4 mana, target creature can't block this turn. If this spell is kicked, gain control of that creature until end of turn. Untap it, and it gains haste until end of turn. And create a clue token. So this, for 4 mana, early game, it's not that good. Late game, when you got 4 mana, it's pretty good. Pretty good. We got Price of Freedom. For 2 mana, lesson, destroy target artifact or land. Land. There you go, Lone Wolf. You're still here. Here's a card for you. Destroy target artifact or land an opponent controls. Its controller may search their library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tap, and then shuffle, draw a card. So you can target your own lands with this, or artifact, and get a land. I mean, yeah, it does come in tapped, but you also get to draw a card. Not bad, and I think I would. I mean, yeah, you're losing a land, but you're gaining that land back, and you get to draw a card. So you're destroying a land, getting the land tapped, and drawing a card. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Now you can destroy your opponent's land. They'll get a land come in tapped. Then you draw a card. Also. So it will slow your opponents down. But you can also do it to yourself. Then we got Solstice Regulations for 3 mana. Exile cards for the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost if the spell's mana value is less than the number of mountains you control. If may cast the card without paying its mana cost if the spell's mana value is less than the number of mountains. If you don't cast that card this way, put it into your hand. Has flashback for 7 mana. Exile cards. All right, 3 mana. All right, you did use this. You exile a non-land card. Your first non-land card. If its mana value is less than 3, you'll be able to play it for free. Now, if you in a late game, let's say you got maybe 6 mountains on the battlefield. You play this, you get something that costs 5 or less, or 6 or less. You'll get to play it for free or put it into your hand. Very good card, I do believe. Especially, but it's better in late game than it is early game. And for 7 mana, it's not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad. It's an instant, has flashback, works great with your fire bending. It works great with your fire bending abilities. You get that red mana. Then we got the Cave of Two Lovers. 4 mana. Create Chapter 1, create 2 white ally tokens. A red card that makes white tokens. You'd think it'd be red tokens. Then Chapter 2, you search your library for a mountain card or cave card, and reveal it and put it into your hand and shuffle. You play your land drop, or there's your free land drop. Not bad. Chapter 3, Earth Bend 3. So you make a land a 3/3 into a 3/3 creature. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. I like it. Do I see it being played? 4 mana. Chapter 2, you get your 5th mana. Late game, probably. Early game, it's too weak. And it's not an early game card either. It does cost 4. So you ain't gonna cast this to turn 4. It's just okay. This card is just okay. And that means it might see some play and it might not. Then we got War Balloon for 3 mana vehicle with flying. Pay 1, put a fire counter on this vehicle. As long as this vehicle has 3 or more fire counters on it, it's an artifact creature. So for 3 mana, you get this 4/3 vehicle. And for every mana you put into that 1, it's how many fire counters this gets. And it has crew for 3. So you can crew it up for 3, or you can just keep putting those fire counters on it. You need 3 extra mana to turn this vehicle into a creature. 4/3. And it only requires just a little bit of work. I think it's a pretty good card. I think it's a pretty good card. I think it'll see play. I really do. Fire Nation attacks for 5 mana. Create two twos. Red soldier creature tokens with fire bending 1 has flashback for 9. The flashback cost is way too high. It is an instant. And your tokens only give you 1 mana when they attack. Fire Nation attacks, I don't think is a good card. It might be just okay. I mean, you are getting 2 tokens, a total power of 4 on the battlefield. But is it? It's going to be hard to cast anything else. So I want to say Fire Nation attacks is probably not a good card. That's just my opinion. Fire Sages. 2 mana, 2/2. Fire bending 1. Pay 3. Put a 1/1 counter on this creature. That's fire bending 1. But you pay 3. Put a 1/1 counter on it. Now, if you have 2 mana during combat, you can pay that 3 because it only has fire bending 1. Then you can put a counter on this, turn it into a 3/3. Fire Sages. I want to look at this as a 3/3 because it does have fire bending 1, which pays for 1 of the cost of the ability. So I want to say this card may see some play. May see some play. I think it's a pretty good card. Then we got Fire Bending Lesson for 1 mana with kicker 4, so for a total of 5 mana, and that's in order to play it and kick it, because you have to kick it when you play it, otherwise you can't do it. So turn 5 is when you want to play this. Deals 2 damage to target creature. If it was kicked, it deals 5 damage to that creature instead. Just a shock. Just another shock to me, unless I can cast it on turn 5. And shocks, I say, are always playable. Borcupine for 3 mana 2/2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a 4/1 counter on this creature. So every time you cast a non-creature spell, you will put a 1/1 counter on it. For example, you got this out on the battlefield. You cast this, do 2 damage to your opponent's face. No, only does it 2 damage to creature. So you do 2 damage to your opponent's creature. This is out on the battlefield. They'll turn into a 3/3. That makes this card good. Yeah, that makes this card good. Very playable card. I do believe it's a very playable card. Do I think it's good? Yeah, I think it's pretty good because it is a 2/2. Yes, it does cost 3. But if you got another mana, you can cast something like a shock or something. And when you do, you turn this to a 3/3. Then every non-creature spell you cast will buff this creature up. I think it's pretty good. I think it's a playable card. Then Fire Nation Raider, 4 mana, 4/2, raid. When this creature enters, if you attack this turn, create a clue token. Okay. So you attack. Then once you attack, go to your next phase, and you play this, and you'll get that clue token. It's a 4/2. This card is just okay. I don't think it'll see much play. There's much better cards in the 4 spot. I'm sorry. We've got Treetop Freedom Fighters for 3 mana, 2/1 with haste. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 white ally creature token. So this gives you 2 allies because it's an ally in itself. So you're getting a total power of 3 on the battlefield. The token does not have haste. But this one does. Well, that white card. We do have a white creature that every time it enters the battlefield, it makes a 1/1 white soldier token. I think this is that card, but in red and costs more. I do believe. And that card does not see much play. I don't think this will see much play either. But the card is, I'll give it an okay rating. Is it playable? Maybe. Fire Nation Cadets for 1 red mana. 1/2. This creature has firebending 2 as long as there's a lesson in your graveyard. So if you put a lesson in your graveyard, this will have firebending 2. So that'll be 2 red mana. And this mana lasts until the end of combat. Then you pay 2. This creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. And you can play that 2 as many times as you want. I think so. You got to look at this as a 2/2. Because if you have a lesson in your graveyard, this will be a 2/2. Because when you attack, you'll get that 2 extra red mana. Use that 2 extra red mana to activate the ability, which will turn it into a 2/2. I want to say this card here, I think it might see some play. I mean, it is a 1/2 for 1. With possible becoming a 2/2. So yeah, it might see some play. I just want to say this is an okay card. It'd be better if it had haste, but it don't have haste. We got Bumai Bash. 4 mana sorcery. Deals damage to a number of lands you control to target creature. Very good in Commander. Destroy target land, creature, or non-basic land. There you go, Lone Wolf. There's you another land destruct. And does not let you go and fetch another land. So just a land destruction card. And Commander, I want to say this is a great card in Commander for sure. But as far as standard, it's awful high. But it does count your lands. Not mountains. It counts all lands. Which will make this card, so if you're ramping, this card is a auto include in a ramp deck that has red in it. I think this card is a very playable card. I think it's going to see some play. Then we got Cunning Maneuver. 2 mana. Target creature gets +3/+1 until end of turn. And you create a clue token. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let me see that card again. Oh, yeah. Then we got Riverine Archers for 2 mana, 3/1 with reach. When this creature enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Maybe in a Reanimator deck. But as far as seeing much play, might see a little bit. I mean, it can't really take much damage. I mean, it dishes out more damage than what it can take because it is a 3/1. It does have reach. Does let you discard and draw. I want to say this card here. I just want to say it's okay. It might see a lot of play and it might not. So I'm gonna give it an okay rating. Deserter's Disciple for 2 mana, 2/2. Human Rebel Ally. Another target creature you control with power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn. I want to say this card here will see a lot of play, especially in a weenie deck where all your creatures are power 2 or less. So I want to say this card here will see a lot of play, especially in mono red. Then we got How to Start a Riot. 3 mana. Target creature gains menace until end of turn. Creatures target player controls get +2/+0 until end of turn. Hey, Riot! +2/+0. Menace. Turn 3. +2/+0. Menace. Turn 3. I want to say this lesson is okay. It might see some play. Then we got Lightning Strike, which deals 3 damage to any target. Mongoose Lizard, 6 mana for 5/6 with menace. And when this creature enters, it deals 1 damage to any target. Also has Mountain Cycling for 2. 5/6 for 6 with menace. I want to say this card is okay just because I want to say this card is okay just because of the Mountain Cycling. Because it does ramp you for 2 mana. It will ramp you to look for another mountain. Be pretty good. It'd be okay to reanimate because it is a 5/6. Yeah, not too bad. We've got Rough Rhino Cavalry for 5 mana. Human Mercenary 5/5. So 5/5 for 5. Firebending 2. So it will. So when it attacks, you get 2 mana to the end of combat. Exhaust 8. When you put exhaust, when you pay the exhaust, which costs 8, put 2 1/1 counters on this creature. It gains trample until end of turn. So 5, 6, 7. So it turns it into a. So for 8 mana, you can turn this into a 7/7 trample for 1 turn. 7/7 trample. I want to say it's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Now let's go ahead. And I think that's all the red. Yeah, let's go to the blue now. And then the white. And then we'll discuss the dual colors. Next, I'm just going to go back and forth between white and blue. But I can speed it up a little bit. So we'll start with the whites. Starting with you, each player chooses up to one permanent with mana value 3 or greater. From among permanents your opponents control, exile those permanents. So you get to exile something of your opponents, they get to exile something of yours. Then you may have target opponent draw 3 cards. If you do, draw 3 cards. Exile this saga and then return it, transform. It turns into Avatar Yangqin. We're flying. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, ever being up to one other target non-land permanent. I want to say the creature side is good, but the saga side is not. Because you exile something of your opponents, then they exile something of yours. And then, because, you take care of their biggest threat, and they take care of your biggest threat. I mean, come on, that's pretty bad. Then the chapter 2 is you may have your opponent draw 3 cards. Then if they draw 3 cards, you draw 3 cards. Don't think that's good, because I won't get, because, I feel like I'm giving my opponent advantage there, because they're able to go 3 cards deep into their deck. So this card, I think it's pretty bad. I think it's unplayable. Then the blue one, scry 2, then draw a card. Not bad. Do that for 2 chapters. Then chapter 3, you will exile it. Turns into a 4/3. Avatar Kuruk. Whenever you cast a spell, create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token. With this token can't block or be blocked by non-spirit creatures. So almost unblockable unless your opponent controls a spirit creature. Then it also has Exhaust Waterbend 20. Take an extra turn after this one. Not bad. Not bad at all. And to Waterbend, your artifacts and your creatures can help you waterbend. They take care of every creature or every artifact you tap will pay for 1. But this has waterbend 20. So you're pretty much going to have to tap everything in order to use it. It's almost like taking a turn off just to get an extra turn. Unless you can come up with that 20. So it's okay. I mean, it's okay for the tokens, but other than that, the Saga's is pretty good. Creatures a 4/3. But I think his card is just okay. We got Appa, Steadfast Guardian for 4 mana, 3/4 with Flash of Flying. When Appa enters, airbend any number of target non-land permanents you control. That means you'll bounce them back to your hand. And they'll cost 2 to cast. So you bounce something that, like, man, let's say you got something that costs 4. You get on the battlefield, you play Appa, you'll bounce it back to your hand, and then you only have to pay 2 for it. Which ain't bad. Whenever you cast a spell from exile, create a 1/1 white ally creature token. Not bad. Then we got Secrets of Bloodbending for 1, 2, 3, 4 blue. If you waterbend 10 with this, it also has waterbend 10. You control your opponent during their next combat phase. Now, this spell additional cost was paid, you control that player during their next turn instead. When you exile Circuit of Blood Bending. I wouldn't say late game, this is good. Early game, it's okay. Is it playable? I want to say yes. It is playable on turn 4. The water bend ability, it's going to be hard to do. Then we got United Front, and Wide Shine Tongue Librarian. United Front is X whites. So you create X 1/1 white ally creature tokens, then put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. X white. I want to say this is probably good. Be good, especially with Espath. Because let's say whatever amount you pay into this to cast it and you got Espath out already, you're going to create twice that many. And then you'll put a 1/1 counter on each one of your creatures. Which is not bad. Not bad at all. Why Shang Tong Librarian for X blue will flash, flying, vigilance. When Wai Shang Tong enters, put X 1/1 counters on him, then draw half X card to round it down. Whenever opponent searches their library, put a 1/1 counter on Wan Shine Tong and draw a card. Really, your opponents don't search much. And standard people don't search much. So this card, I want to say it's okay. But the Appa, very good. It will see play. United Fonts, it will see play. I do believe. Airbender Accession, and Waterbender Accession. All right. Airbender Accession is 1 and a white enchantment. When this enchantment enters, airbend up to 1 target creature. Whenever a creature you control enters, put a quest counter on this enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, if this enchantment has 4 or more quest counters on it, exile to 1 target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. So it blinks. Not bad. Works good with your warp abilities from Age of Eternities, because you warp a creature and then it goes into exile. Then you play it again, and when you play it again, boom, you'll get the effect for Airbender Accession. Then the waterbending accession is 2 blue, 2 also. Whenever a creature you control does combat damage to a player, put a quest counter on this enchantment. If it has 4 or more quest counters on it, draw a card. Waterbend 4. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. Not bad. I think it's pretty good. I think both of these are playable, and I do think they will see some play. Then we got Hakuda, Selfless Commander, and you, the Moon Spirit. Hakuda has Vigilance. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. Nice. You may cast ally spells from the top of your library. Nice. Sacrifice this card, and creatures you control gain +0/+5 for gain indestructible until end of turn. A creature like this most of the time sees play. However, this is 4, 3/5 for 4. It can block pretty good. It does cost 4. It's a 3. Pretty good. Pretty good, I think. think it would have been better though if this was +5, +0, and indestructible. That way the creature can do damage. But you, the Moon Spirit, for 4 mana, also legendary creature, spirit ally with flying and vigilance and waterbend 5. Waterbend 5, tap. You may cast a non-creature spell from your hand without paying its mana cost. This is a 3/3. Sounds very busted. Sounds very busted. I like it. And I think it's going to see a lot of play. I think these two will see. I think this one will see some play. I think Moon Spirit will see a lot of play. We got Suki, Courageous Rescuer, and Ty Lee Chai Blocker. Both of them are 3 mana. Other creatures you control get +1/+0. Whenever another permanent you control leaves the battlefield during your turn, you create a 1/1 white ally creature token. This ability triggers only once each turn. This triggers once each turn. However, you go back up here. Appa does it. Also puts tokens out, but it doesn't do it once per turn. Then our Ty Lee Chai Blocker, 3 mana, Flash, Prowess. And when it enters, tap up to 1 target creature. It does untap during its controller's untap step for as long as you control Ty Lee. Oh, very busted card. Lock the creature up. Your opponent would have to get rid of this card in order to untap their creature. Because it does not untap during its controller's untap step. And you don't have to tap this creature in order to do that. That's what makes this, that part right there is what makes this card a great card. Will it see a lot of play? Yes, we'll see a lot of play. Definitely, we'll see this out on the battlefield a lot. Imagine somebody playing Screaming Nemesis. They play their Screaming Nemesis. You flash this in, you tap their Screaming Nemesis. Their Screaming Nemesis cannot untap unless they have a way to untap it. We got Momo, Friendly Flyer, and Unagai of Kashai Island. Momo has flying, 1/1. The first non-lemur creature spell with flying you cast during each of your turns costs 1 less to cast. Whenever another creature you control with flying enters, Momo gets +1/+1 to end a turn. Momo, I think it'll see some play in your Bats deck. I really do. The Kashi Island, 5 mana. Almost only 1 mana. This blue one's 5 mana. With Flash, Ward, Waterbend 4. Whenever this creature becomes a target of a spell or ability opponent controls, counter it unless that player pays 4. They can tap their artifacts and or creatures to help. Each one pays for 1. Whenever an opponent draws their second card each turn, you draw 2 cards. Not bad. I mean, it's all right. I mean, they had to tap stuff in order to kill this. So it's not bad. Now, this other one, I got to click on it, unfortunately. Avatar's Wrath. 2 and 2 white sorcery. Choose up to 1 target. Choose up to 1 target creature that airbend all other creatures. Till your next turn, your opponents can't cast spells from anywhere other than their hand. Exile Avatar's Wrath. Huh. So, you airbend. They cannot cast nothing until now they won't be able to cast anything that you airbend. So it's almost like a one-sided board wipe. Almost like a one-sided board wipe. So you choose your creature. You play this for 4. You bounce everything out into exile, except for your little one creature. Then your opponents cannot play nothing from exile, but you will be able to. Not bad. Not bad at all. Now, we got Spirit Water's Revival for 3 mana, sorcery. An additional cost to cast this spell, you may water bend 6. So, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, for a total of 9 mana, you pay the additional cost, which makes it hard. Draw 2 cards. So you draw 2. If this spell additional cost was paid, instead shuffle your graveyard into your library, draw 7 cards, and you have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. So for 6, 7, 8, 9, so for 9 mana, you get a fresh hand. And you have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. And you also draw 2 cards. No, you don't draw 2 cards. You just get a fresh hand. This card, it's good in very late game. It's okay in early game. Do I see it being played? I see it being tried. But I only see it as being okay. Because you have to ramp up to 9. Pretty, in order to get that unlimited hand size, fresh hand, you got to be able to ramp up to 9. And only 2 of that 9 has to be blue. So you might want to play this blue-green as in Simic, for example. We got Aang's Iceberg for 3 mana. And Mechanist Aerial Artisan. Alright, Aang's Iceberg for 3 mana. Enchantment with Flash. When it enters, exile up to 1 target, not land permanent until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. Water bend 3. Sack this enchantment. If you do, scry 2. That's not bad. I mean, you'll get to exile something until this leaves the battlefield. You water bend 3 to sacrifice it and scry 2 and give whatever you got exiled back to your opponent if it's your opponent's. Not terrible. And it does have flash, which makes it good. I do like it. Then we got the Mechanist Aerial Artisan for 3 mana with 1/3 Human Artificer Ally. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a clue. When you tap this until the end of turn, target artifact token you control becomes a 3/1 construct artifact creature token. It's only till end of turn. It's not bad. Not bad at all. I kind of like it. I do see it being played, especially in the simulacrum. I can't say it. The artifact that makes tokens. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. It's kind of hard to pronounce. But yeah, I do think this would be seen in that deck, artifact deck. It does make a clue token. And it makes any artifact token turn into a creature. Pretty good. Pretty good, I think. We got South Pole Voyager and Tiger Seal. South Pole Voyager, it's a 2/2 for 2. Whenever this creature or another ally you control enters, you gain a life. The second time this ability has resolved, draw a card instead. Draw a card. Nice, not terrible. I see the South Pole Warriors seeing play. Actually, yes, I do. I see it seeing a lot of play. Tiger Seal, Cat Seal, 1 mana, 3/3. With Vigilance, at the beginning of your upkeep, tap this creature. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, untap this creature. This creature requires a lot of work around. You have to be able to draw 2 cards per turn. If there's a way to draw 2 cards, then this card might see some play. Other than that, I do not see it being played. Shrines, I'm not too fond of the shrines, to be honest. I mean, the blue one, when it enters, you draw a card for each shrine you control. When another shrine enters, you draw a card. I really don't see shrines being played much. We got Aang, the Last Airbender, and Katara, Bending Prodigy. Okay. Aang, the Last Airbender, for 4 mana, 3/2, with flying. When Aang enters, airbend up to one other target non-land permanents. It has the big, then you'll be able to cast it for 2. Whenever you cast a lesson spell, Aang gains lifelink at 2 end of turn. I do see there is a combo with Aang and Alpha. I will discuss that in a minute. Katara, Bending Prodigy, for 3 mana, 2/3. At the beginning of your end step, if Katara is tapped, put a 1/1 counter on her. Waterbend 6. Draw a card. When you waterbend 6, ain't hard to get to. You only need 3 more lands in order to pay that waterbend 6. Which is not bad because you pay land, artifacts, or creatures. Then we got Appa, Loyal Sky Bison. 6 mana, 4/4. With flying, when enters or attacks, choose 1. Target creature you control gains flying until end of turn, or airbend another target non-land permanent you control. The Tail Spirit Glider, for 4 mana. Give a palette ally with flying. Whenever one or more creatures you control with flying attack, draw a card, then discard a card. When you discard a non-land card this way, put a +1 counter on target creature you control. Alright, how much more we got? We still got quite a bit. So let me tell y'all about this combo with Aang, the Last Airbender, and Appa. Alright, not Appa, but Aang makes you airbend. 1 other target non-land permanent. Then Appa, this one, has flash, flying, and airbends. When Appa enters, airbend any number of other target non-land permanents. Whenever you cast a spell from exile, create a 1/1 white ally creature token. So you play Appa, then you play Aang down here. Then after you play Aang, you will airbend your Appa, which will make it cost 2. Then you play Appa, which will make it airbend Aang. Then you play Aang to airbend Appa. When you play Aang to airbend Appa, you'll get a 1/1 token. And you just keep on airbending like that. I mean, yeah, you gotta have 2 mana to do it each turn. But when you do that, you pay the 2, you airbend, pay 2, airbend, pay 2, airbend. You will be able to overrun the battlefield with tokens. Because with Appa, he makes 1/1 white ally creature tokens. That's the combo there. May not be a good combo, but it should work like that. So you are casting Aang from exile. All right. We got Appa, Loyal Sky Bison, and Teal Spiritual Glider. I think I just read them. Whenever one more creature you control with flying attack, draw a card and discard a card. When you discard a non-land card this way, put a counter on target creature you control. That's Teal. Appa, when it attacks, target creature gains flying or airbend. Is there another Momo? Yep. All right, here's another Momo. Momo, playful pet, 1 white mana, flying, vigilance. Lemur bat ally, 1/1. When it leaves the battlefield, choose 1, create a food token, or put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control, or scry 2. Grand, for 1 mana. Whenever Grand becomes tapped, draw a card, then discard a card. Non-creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast as long as there are 3 or more lesson cards in your graveyard. Grand might see some play. Momo, I see it being okay. Being okay. I mean, it does have flying, it does have vigilance. Be pretty good. Got Master Pando and Master Panku. Master Pando has first strike. Whenever it attacks, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal an ally, equipment, or lesson. Wrong, then put it into your hand. So it's almost like a tutor. 4/4 for 5. First strike. I can see it being played or tried at least. I mean, it does cost 5 for a 4/4. Does have first strike. So turn 5, death. So turn 5, it'll take care of death touch. It might be. I think it might see some play. Master Panku has prowess 1/3. When for 2, and when it becomes tapped, target player mills X card, where X is the number of lesson cards in your graveyard. So it wants you to play a lot of lessons. Then when it's tapped, your opponent mills. You've got Team Avatar enchantment for 3 mana. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets +X to end a turn where X is a number of creatures you control. Nice. Pay 3, discard this card. It deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target a creature. So Team Avatar, can use it as removal or you can use it as a buff. Very good card. I see it seeing a lot of play. Waterbending Scroll for 2 mana for 6. You tap it, draw a card. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each island you control. Nice. So for every island, the Waterbend Scroll's ability gets cheaper. Pretty good card there. Pretty good. You can You pay 6, tap it, draw a card, or well, it's going to cost 5 to tap it, draw a card instead of 6, because this does cost. Because you're going to have an island down when you play this, which will make it 1 less cheap. Then next turn you play another island, it'll get even cheaper and cheaper and cheaper until you get 6 islands down. If you get 6 islands down, this will be free. You be a free draw. Not bad. I like it. Waterbending Scroll. I see it being a good card. I also see it seeing a lot of play. Team Avatar. I see it's going to have a lot of play. Vengeful Villagers. Accumulate Wisdom. Vengeful Villagers. 4 mana, 3/3. When this creature attacks, choose target creature opponent controls. Tap it. Then you may sacrifice an artifact or creature. If you do, put a stun counter on chosen creature. Nice. I like it. It might be a good card. I mean, you can almost make it unblockable. When you tap your opponent's biggest creature, and then you can put one stun counter on it, or you can just keep or you can you get tokens. This would be great for tokens. So I think it'll be pretty good. I think it'll see a lot of play. Accumulate Wisdom, 2 mana. Look at top 3 of your library. Put one of those into your hand. The rest on the bottom of your library in any order. In any order. Put each of those cards into your hand instead if there's 3 or more lessons in your graveyard. So look at top 3. Put one of those into your hand. The rest on the bottom. And if you got 3 or more lessons in your graveyard, you put those into your hand instead. Nice. Bet. Accumulate Wisdom. I think it's going to see a lot of play. Airbender's Reversal. For 2 mana. 1 and a white. Choose 1. Destroy target attacking creature. Or airbend target creature you control. Not bad. I like it. Then Crashing Wave for 2 blue mana. Additional cost to cast this spell, Waterbend X, while playing the Waterbend cost. Tap up to X target creatures, then distribute 3 stun counters among tapped creatures your opponents control. That can be pretty good, actually. Do I see it seeing play? I see the Crashing Wave seeing some play. Invasion Reinforcements for 2 mana. Flash. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 white ally creature token. Not terrible. I mean, it does give you 2 blockers. 2 chump blockers. So, yeah. I'm saying it's okay for a chump blocker. Do I see it seeing some play? It might see a little bit of play. You got Benevolent River Spirit for 2 blue mana, 4/5. As an additional cost to cast this spell, Waterbend 5. And then it has Flying, Ward 2. When this creature enters, you get to scry 2. So it's going to cost you 5, 6, 7 to cast it for this 4 or 5. Now your artifacts and creatures can help you cast it. It's almost like Convoke. Waterbend's kind of like Convoke. Then we got Destiny Confrontation and Knowledge Seeker. Destiny Confrontation is 4 mana, 2 and 2 white. Each player chooses any number of creatures they control with total power 4 or less, then sacrifices all other creatures they control. So, it's a 4 mana board wipe minus 1 creature on each side. Not bad, actually. Then we got Knowledge Seeker for one in a blue with vigilance. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. When this creature dies, create a clue token. There is a lot of ways to draw your second card because is a lot of creatures and stuff that's making clue tokens. That's how you draw your second card. Then we got Earth Kingdom Protectors and Amber Island Protectors. Production. Amber Island Production and Earth Kingdom Protectors. All right. For 1 white, you get this Human Soldier Ally 1/1 with Vigilance. Sacrifice this creature. Another target ally you control gains indestructible until end of turn. We've seen cards like this in the past. They always seem play. So Earth Kingdom Protectors, I see it's in. I think it's going to see a lot of play. Earth Island Production, 5 mana, sorcery. Choose 1. Create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, except it's not legendary, and it's a 4/4 hero in addition to its other types. That's great for commander. Create a token that's a copy of target creature opponent controls, except it's not legendary, and it's a 2/2 coward in addition to its other types. So you copy something of yours, you'll get a 4/4. You copy something of your opponent, it's a 2/2. 3, 4, 5. I don't. Might see some play. I think this card's okay. I think it might see some play. Earth Kingdom Jailer for 2 and a white, and Boomerang Basics. Earth Kingdom Jailer, Human Soldier Ally 3/3. When it enters, exile up to 1 target artifact, creature, or enchantment an opponent controls with mana value 3 or greater until this creature leaves the battlefield. So it takes her artifact, creature, or enchantment. Not bad, actually. Boomerang Basics, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If you control that permanent, draw a card. Nice. It's only 1 blue mana. Then we got a 1 blue white. Not blue, white. 1 white lesson for 1 white mana. Until the end of turn, target creature you control becomes an avatar in addition to its other types. Gains flying, first strike, lifelink, and hexproof. Nice. We got Invasion, Submersible. I can't pronounce it. Anyway, it's artifact vehicle 0/0 for 3. When this vehicle enters, return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Okay. Waterbend 3, this vehicle becomes an artifact creature. You put 3 1/1 counters on it, so since it's a 0/0, you have to waterbend. Otherwise, it dies. I do believe. Then we got Together the White Lotus and Serpent of the Pass. Together the White Lotus, for 5 mana, you create a 1/1 white ally creature token for each planes you control, Scry 2. So for every planes you have, you get to create a 1/1. 5 mana. So you can create 5 1/1s. It might see some play. I mean, you do get to scry too, so it might be all right. You got Serpent or of the Past. 7 mana, 6/5. If there are 3 or more lessons cards in your graveyard, you may cast the spell as though it had flash. So if you have 3 lessons in your graveyard, you can cast this as flash. And this spell costs 1 less to cast for each non-creature, non-land card in your graveyard. So it gets cheaper. So it's not bad, actually. I kind of like it, and I think it's going to see a lot of play. I do think it's going to see a lot of play. Because how hard is it to get non-land stuff into your graveyard? Non-creature, non-lands. So that spells and sorceries will make this cheaper. Then we got Glider Staff, 3 mana. It's equipment. When you equip for 2, and creature gets +1/+1, has flying. Also, when it enters, you airbend up to 1 target creature. Suko's Haku, 5 mana, counter target spell, draw a card, then mill 3 cards, untap target land. Fancy Footwork, 3 mana. Tap 1 target, untap 1 or 2 target creatures. They each get +2/+2 to end of turn. Honest Work for 1 blue mana, enchant creature and opponent controls. When this aura enters, tap enchanted creature and remove all counters from it. Enchanted creature loses all abilities and is a citizen, but with base power and toughness 1/1. And tap a colorless named Humble Merchant. Huh. Nice. So it turns a creature into a 1/1 mana dork that taps for colorless. It's not terrible. I think it's pretty good. I think it'll see a lot of play. Oh, how much more we got? Anybody else want to get on here and read some of these? Better Lone Wolf, you want to join in on the stream here? Water Tribe Brawler, 2 mana, 2/2. Waterbend 5. Look at top 4 of your library. You may build a creature of power 3 or less. Put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom. North Pole Patrol 3, 2/3. Untap another target permanent you control. Waterbend 3. I don't think these. I think we'll see play. And I got to go get me some water. My throat's drying out from talking so much. So I'll be right back. And then we'll finish up. All right, that's a little bit better. All right, Curious Farm Animals and Octopus Farm. Both of them cost 1 mana each. 1 white. One costs 1 white. One costs 1 blue. All right, Curious Farm Animals. When this creature dies, you gain 3. Pay 2. Sacrifice this creature to destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment. pretty good removal for white. Octopus form, target creature you control gets +1/+1, gains hexproof until end of turn, and untap it. Pretty good battle trick. So I think these two will see a lot of play. Water Tribe Captain for 3 mana. Pay 5, creatures you control get +1 until end of turn. I don't think this will see much play because that cost is too high. Lost Days, which is a lesson for 5. Target the owner of target creature or enchantment puts it into their library, second from the top or bottom. You create a clue. Do not see that. I don't think this lesson will see any play because it costs 5 and it really doesn't do nothing. I mean, yeah, it makes your opponent wait 2 turns before they can cast that spell again. Then we got Koshai Warriors and Forecasting Fortune Teller. Koshi Warriors, 4 mana, 3/3. Feels like a decent amount of cards in the set. Yeah, I agree. It does. Koshai Warrior, when it enters, create a 1/1 ally creature token. So, it might see some play, but I doubt it. Because 4 mana for 3/3, and you do get a 1/1 token. So 4 power for 4 mana. Forecasting Fortune Teller, 1 in a blue. When it enters, you create a clue. It's a 1/3 for 2. Decent. It might see a little bit of play. Stormbender Storm, 4 mana. Choose 1. Destroy target creature with power 4 or greater, or Earthbend 3. Not bad. I think it'll see a lot of play. It is a spot removal. And first time flyer, 2 mana. It's a 1/2. It gets a +1/+1. As long as there's a lesson in your graveyard. So you cast a lesson, then you play this. This enters as a 2/3. I think it'll see some play. I think it's okay. Compassionate Healer for 2 mana, 1 in a white, human cleric ally. Whenever it becomes tapped, you gain a life and scry 1. That's a good ability. I think it will see play. I think it's very playable. Rowdy Snowballers for 3 mana, 2 in a blue, 2/2. When this creature enters, tap target creature opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Very good effect. Easy way to get through. Yep. Lesson. 1 white. Target creature you control gets +2 to end of turn. If that creature's ally, it also gains flying. I think it'll see some play. You get more if you target an ally. And Iguana Parrot for 3 mana, 2 in a blue. Flying Vigilance, 2/2. Lizard Bird Pirates. Flying Vigilance, Prowess. It's okay. It might see some play. I'm just going to say it's okay. Razor Rings, Geyser Leaper. Razor Rings is 2. It does 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. You gain life equal to the excess damage dealt this way. I think that's pretty good. I think it'll see a lot of play. Geyser Leaper for 5 mana. 4/3. With flying, water being 4, draw a card, then discard a card. Not too bad. I think it might see some play. I mean, it can't block too good because it's a 4/3. I think it's okay. Airbending lesson for 3 mana, 2 and a white. You airbend, which is return a non-land permanent back to your hand, and you can cast it for 2. Then you draw a card. It'll quench you for 1 and a blue. Lesson, counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. Not bad. I think it's a pretty good lesson. I think it'll see a lot of play, especially in the control decks. Avatar Enthusiast for 2 and a white. Even if as an ally, whenever another ally you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. Well, doesn't require life gain. Requires allies. It might be alright. Watery Grass for 1 blue mana. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Water bin 5. Enchanted creature's owner shuffles it into their library. So, you enchant your opponent's creature. Then you pay 5, which water bin 5, to make them take that creature and shuffle it back into their deck. That's pretty good. I think this is going to see a lot of play. Such a good card. Glider Kids for 3 mana. Human Pilot Ally. Flying. When it enters, you get to scry 1. Not bad. I mean, it is a 2/3 flying. And it does let you scry 1. Waterbending Lesson is 4 mana, 3 in a blue. Draw 3, then discard a card unless you waterbend 2. So you tap 2 lands, or you tap a creature or an artifact, or 2 creatures or 2 artifacts. And that's not bad. Not bad at all. Zhang Zhang's Deserters, we are almost done, I think. Zhang Zhang's Deserters for 2 mana, 1 and a white human rebel ally. When this creature enters, put a 1/1 counter on target creature. Nice. That's good, I think. Then Otter Penguin, 1 and a blue, 2/1. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, this creature gets +1/+2 until end of turn and can't be blocked this turn. Whenever you draw your second card, sometimes these drawing second cards not as easy as you think. But however, this might be a good card because there is a lot of clue tokens being put into this set. So on these draw second cards each turn, those might be good. But I'm just going to give this a okay. We've got Path to Redemption and Giant Koi. Path to Redemption for 1 and a white. Enchant creature. Enchant creature can't attack or block. Pay 5. Sacrifice this aura. Exile enchanted creature. Create a 1/1 white ally creature token. Activate only during your turn. So you lock your opponent's creature up with this, where it can't attack or block. You pay 5. You can exile the creature, and you will create a ally creature token. The Giant's Koi is 4/5/6 mana for 5/7 with water being 3. Water being 3. This creature can't be blocked this turn. Ooh. Also has Island Cycling for 2. So 6 mana, Allen Cycling 2. Waterbend 3. Can't be blocked as long as you Waterbend 3. Very good card. Is it playable? Late game, yes. Early game, no. Is it worth playing? Probably. I mean, it is. You can get it on the battlefield, but you can't play it to turn 6. It can't be blocked though, which is good. Could be your finishing move. However, your opponent does have a chance to kill this. It does have Allen Cycling for 2, which isn't bad. So I would say yes, it's good for the Allen Cycling, and it's good if you can get it on the battlefield. Then we got 2 more to go. Then we can go. I think we'll go over these tomorrow. Unless somebody else wants to jump in here with me. Then I'll just tell you my thoughts on the cards. You already got Rabaroo Troop and Flexible Waterbender. Path to Redemption seems pretty good. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It does seem good. But anyway, Rabaroo Troop, 5 mana, 3/5 with landfall. Rabbit Kangaroo. Landfall is whenever a land you control enters, this creature gains flying until end of turn, and you gain 1 life. Also has Plane Cycling for 2. So 3/5 for 5 with landfall, Plane Cycling. Oh, you won't be able to get this down to turn 5, maybe turn 4. Does have landfall. I think it's good, especially because the Plane Cycling. Who don't like ramp? And wouldn't be bad to ramp this. To ramp with it. Then when you got another one, play it. Then you start playing your lands. Then every time you play your lands, you'll gain that life and give it flying. Not bad, actually. It's an okay creature. The Flexible Waterbender for 4 mana, 2/5 with Vigilance. Human Warrior Ally with Waterbend 3. And when you Waterbend 3, this creature has base power and toughness 5/2 until end of turn. So you will flip its power toughness around. Not too bad. All right. Lone Wolf, you want to get on here and read some cards off? If you do, I'll let you do all of the dual colors. I can't hardly talk anymore. Just let me know if you want to jump, if you're jumping on.
Hey, what's up?
Whoa, scared me.
That's my job, isn't it?
Yeah. All right. I can't hardly talk no more because I read all of these.
All right. You want me just to start with the left and work our way to the right?
Yeah, you can.
All right, we'll start with the Avatar Aang. It is red, green, white, and blue. Flying and firebending 2. Whenever you waterbend, earthbend, firebend, or airbend, draw a card. Oh, then if you're done all this for, you can transform it.
Transforms. The card ain't on here, but so I'll click on it.
So I'm not sure. Oh, okay, there we go. Spells you cast cost white, blue, black, red, and green less to cast. At the beginning of each upkeep, you may transform Aang. If you do, you gain 4 life, draw 4 cards, put 4 counters on it, and he deals 4 damage to each opponent.
All right, my thoughts.
That's actually really.
My thoughts on this.
That's
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's a pretty good card.
Yeah, it's a good card. It's nice, but you have to be able to water bend, earth bend, fire bend, and air bend, and you have to do all that before you can transform.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit harder to use, but
Right. And spells you cast cost uber less, which is 1 of each color, which is going to be kind of hard in a 4-color deck. Those first one does not have black in it. It's only red, green, white, and blue. But when you flip them, it has black in it. Oops.
I don't see that card being played very much, to be honest with you.
I do agree. I do not think this card will be played. And if it is played, I think it's going to be kind of hard to build around because it's more than 1 color. I mean, 1 color is easy to build around. 2 is okay. Is good too to build around. But 3 colors is just okay. But after you get past that 3rd color, it's kind of hard to build. So I don't see this card being played. That's my opinion. Commander, though, if this isn't Commander, I do see it being played.
Now, the one positive thing is the Aang already has fire bending on it, so you just need to worry about the 3 other bends.
Correct.
So, I mean, it's slightly possible, but I don't see it happening very much.
I don't either. So for the first card, I do not see it being played much in Standard.
I don't either. All right, ready for the next one?
Yeah, go for it.
Bumi Unleashed, which is 3, a red and a green. Trample, when it enters Earthbend 4. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, untap all lands you control. After this phase, there is an additional combat phase. Only land creatures can attack during the combat phase.
Ooh. Sounds powerful.
I think it's pretty solid, I think.
I agree with you because 3, 4, 5 mana, 5/4, Earthbend 4 with Trample. So this is going to make contact, more likely. And you untap, then you Earthbend 4, which is putting 4 counters on a land, turning it into a creature. You attack, then you attack again with only your land. Not bad.
For 5 mana, I think that's pretty good for 5 mana. You get a lot for that.
I agree. I think this card here is going to see a lot of play in Standard. All right, the next one.
The next one's Ozai, the Phoenix King. 2 colorless, 2 black, and 2 red. Trample, firebending 4, and haste. If you would lose unspent mana, that mana would become red instead. Ozai has flying and indestructible as long as you have 6 or more unspent mana.
That's
Go ahead. that is gonna be crazy.
Oh yeah. Is it good? I think it is. I mean, 7/7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for 6 mana, and it has trample, firebending, haste, and does make 4 mana when it attacks. I mean, you don't lose that red mana.
And from the way it sounds like you get to keep that mana. You never lose it. It always just stays as red, which is crazy.
Exactly. I
Because
think
normally a card like this would say like as phases end or stuff like that. It doesn't even say that. So I think you get to keep it even throughout throughout the opponent's turn too.
I do think so. So I think this is going to be a great card to play. I think it's going to see a lot of play.
I see it specifically in a reanimator deck.
Yeah.
All right, the next one's Katara Water Tribe's Hope, which is 2 colorless, a white, and 2 blue. It has vigilance, and when it enters, create a 1/1 white alley creature token. Waterbend X, where creatures you control have a base power and toughness XX until end of turn, and X cannot be 0.
Hmm.
That is kind of crazy.
Yeah. I think this card will be. I think it'll see some play. I think it does have a target on its back, but I do think it's be some play.
I think it's going to see more play than you'd expect, really, because with all these white and blue decks you have, they can make map tokens. They do like the synthesizer deck with all these miscellaneous artifacts, and you
Mm-hmm.
can pump up all your creatures with all those extra artifacts that you don't need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think it's going to see a lot
I
of
think,
play.
yeah, I think that might be one of the better cards in the set.
Yep. I do agree.
Just think of having this with Elspeth and having a bunch of 1/1 tokens, tapping a bunch of artifacts into Waterbend and make those 1/1 tokens into like 5/5s or 6/6s.
Yep. Very good card.
All right, the next one's Sokka Bold Boomeranger. When Sokka enters, discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. Whenever you cast an artifact or lesson spell, put a 1/1 counter on Sokka.
And Soka Bold Boomeranger for blue and a red 1/1. Not bad.
I We'll see if VV gets banned or not. I see this maybe getting put into VV with the lessons.
Yeah.
Just what VV needs is another card to use.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay.
All right, the next one is Tough, Hard-Headed Teacher. Give me just a second. Waiting for this. There we go. When Toph enters, you may discard a card. If you do, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Whenever you cast a spell, Earthbend 1. If that spell is a lesson, put an additional 1/1 counter on that land. Ooh. That might get pretty crazy too.
Yeah. It might.
'Cause if you could cast multiple spells, let's say you have Ouroboros out and you have this out and you're casting multiple spells, you're putting 1/1 count. You're basically putting 1/1 counters, turning your lands into creatures. Having Ouroboros power all of those up, and your lands are basically, if they die, they just go right back to the battlefield as a land.
Correct. Tapped.
Yep, I could see this card being pretty good. I honestly could see this.
Oh, oh, you're cutting out.
All right, how's that?
You're better.
Okay, so I think this card's going to see a lot of play, but I also think it's going to be a good commander.
I agree. I do think it's going to see a lot of play in Commander and Standard. It's a great card for 4 mana, 3/4. I mean, it's got good defense. So by having good defense, I do think it's going to be a pretty good card to play.
I think this might be the one card I'm going to try to get for when we get it all in Arena. This might be one of the first ones I want to craft.
Nice.
All right, so the next one is Aang Swift Savior. One colorless, a white and a blue. Flash, flying. When Aang enters, airbend up to one other target creature or spell. Waterbend 8, and you can transform it. And its transform side says reach and trample. When Aang and La Ocean's Fury attack, put a 1/1 counter on each tapped creature you control.
Ooh. Nice.
That is not bad at all.
Nope. Pretty good. Pretty good. And it takes 8 land.
I'm not sure. What's that?
It takes 8 land, or and you can use combinations of creatures and artifacts.
I am not sure how Airbend's going to work. It sounds like it's going to be a good idea, but
Airbend is pretty good because Airbend is, well, this is Waterbend. Airbend is when you just bounce something into exile, kind of like Warp, but the spell will cost 2 instead of whatever it costs.
yeah. See, he does the Airbend and Waterbend. When he enters, he airbends.
Yeah. Correct.
That might be a way to stop Omniscience decks for a turn.
Yep.
All right, so we ready for the next one?
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, Iroh Tea Master, a colorless and a red and white. When Iroh enters, create a food token. At the beginning of combat, on your turn, you may have target opponent gain control of target permanent you control. When you do, create a 1/1 ally creature token, and then put a 1/1 counter, +1/+1 counter on that token for each permanent you own that your opponents control. I don't like that card.
No. I do not see in this card seeing any play whatsoever. Not right now.
There is a few cards in black that I could see this card being used. It makes the opponent immediately lose the game, so it might be okay, but I would not recommend that card.
Correct. I do not see in this card seeing much play unless it's in a deck like that. But other than that, no.
All right, so next one, Zuko Conflicted. At the beginning of it's a black and red. At the beginning of your first main phase, choose one that hasn't been chosen, and you lose 2 life. You can choose draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on it, add a red mana, or exile it and return it to the battlefield under an opponent's control. That is another one that I do not like.
No. Will not see any play.
The only benefit to this card is it's a 2-drop and you can draw a card, but I don't want to give my opponent stuff.
Right. You're actually giving your opponent a 3/4 creature. A 3/4 creature. Why would you want to give your opponent a 3/4 creature? I mean, yes, they'll have all these choices to do on their turn, but then I'll have to give it back. But still, that's pretty bad.
All right, so we're at Aang at the crossroads. Two colorless, a green, white, and blue. And it has flying. When Aang enters, look at the top 5 cards of your library, and you may put a creature card, mana value 4 or less, from among them onto the battlefield, and put the rest on the bottom in a random order. When another creature you control leaves the battlefield, transform Aang at the beginning of the next upkeep. Okay, and it has flying and land creatures you control have vigilance. At the beginning of combat on your turn, Earthbend 2. I actually don't mind that at all.
I think might see some play. It is 3/3 for 5, so it might see some play. I do like it.
I could see using this card with Ouroboros, because if you have Ouroboros in the top 5, you
Yep.
just play Ouroboros for free.
Correct.
Okay, the next one is the Lion Turtle. Vigilance and Reach for 1 colorless, a green and a blue. When it enters, you gain 3 life. It cannot attack or block unless there are 3 or more lesson cards in your graveyard, and it also is add 1 mana of any color.
Well, this card is okay. My thoughts on this card, it's okay as long as you cast those lessons. If you cast those lessons, then it's a 3/6 blocker. But other than that, it's just a 3 cost mana dork.
I think a good deck for this would be flickering and bouncing decks. Being able to flicker this more than once to gain 3 life over and over again,
Yes.
even if you can't attack or block with it, I think would be still really good. The fact that it's a 3/6 is kind of insane too.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know if I see this being played too much, because there's better mana dorks, I think, with better, like, they're cheaper to cast.
I agree. That's why I say this card right here, it might see some play. I'm gonna give it a okay. But as far as versatility, it may not have much versatility because you have to have 3 lessons in your graveyard.
Yeah. The next one is Azula Cunning Usurper, which is 2 colorless, 1 blue and 2 black, and it has Firebending 2, which to me that also makes me question it already. When Azula enters, target opponent exiles a non-token creature they control, then they exile a non-land card from their graveyard. During your turn, you may cast cards exiled with Azula, and you may cast them as they had flash, and any mana of any type can be spent to cast those spells. My question is, with Firebending 2, does that make this a red, blue, and black card then?
You would think it would, because it does make red, although it is a blue black creature. And that fire bending, you can only use that, from my understandings, on instants and sorceries, because you only get that mana until the end of your combat.
Yeah, so this card to me makes absolutely no sense. Why does it have Firebending on it? Like,
Because
that it's a really good card, but the Firebending on it kind of makes it questionable to me.
yeah, I think it's a good card. I think it might see some play, just because of the other 2 abilities on it, and that's what I'm thinking about it. So it might see some play, but I'm just gonna give it a okay. What your
Like if you would take out firebending on that card and it's just those two other abilities, I would say this card's going to see a lot of play. I really do, because they have to exile a non-token creature they have, and then they have to get rid of something out of their graveyard. That's two removals on one creature, and then you can play those spells that you exiled from them.
Yep. Be a good blink target also.
For Conjurer's Closet.
Yep. Next, I'll let you go ahead.
All right, next one's Iroh Grand Lotus. For 3 green, blue, and red, it has Firebending 2. During your turn, each non-lesson instant and sorcery in your graveyard has flashback. The flashback cost is equal to that card's mana cost. During your turn, each lesson in your graveyard has flashback 1. Okay, that is pretty solid.
6 mana, 5/5. Yeah, I mean it's good. I think good butt, good attack. Good defense, good attack. Does give your fire bending 2, and you can cast something from your graveyard. So, what's your thoughts?
I think the fact that it makes each lesson card in your lesson in your graveyard with the amount of lessons coming out, make it only has a flashback cost of 1. I think that's insane. I could see this one being played quite a bit. I think.
Yeah, I think it 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 mana, because you ain't gonna cast this to turn 6 unless you got one.
Unless you have if
one.
you got the mana dork out, or even if you got if you're running like a 4-color deck and have that lion turtle out and having a bunch of mana, I think you could get it out before turn 6, and I don't know if people are going to pay attention to it.
May not. So it might be good. I just want to say it's okay just because of the cost right now. However, the reason why I say okay is because it might be a playable card and it may not be, but this is all just opinionated anyway. But I want to say this
Yep.
card probably, yeah, I just can give it an okay right now. It does have good abilities. Does cost a lot. Can get it in cheaper, a little cheaper some, or ways to do it. So yeah, I'm gonna say this is an okay card.
So the next one is Sokka Tenacious Tactician. It is 1 colorless, a red, blue, and white. It has menace and prowess and is a 3/3. Other allies you control have menace and prowess. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 white ally creature token. I think this is going to bring back Jeskai decks in standard big time.
Now 3/3 for 4, not too bad, not bad at all. Menace, prowess. For every non-creature spell you cast, you get a token that has menace and prowess. I think it's a very playable card.
Yeah, I do too, and I think we're gonna see a lot of it.
I agree.
All right, the next one's Fire Lord Azula. 1 colorless, a black, blue, and red for a 4/4 with Firebending 2. Whenever you cast a spell while Fire Lord Azula is attacking, copy that spell, and you may choose new targets for that copy. I think that's good, but I don't know if it's going to be played a lot.
I think it will. Yeah, it doesn't have haste. It is a 4/4 for 4, which is pretty good. So you're paying the power and toughness to the cost, which is good. And it does fire bending too, so you get 2 red mana during your combat. You can cast shock. Shock deals what? 2 damage?
Yep.
So you play shock, it's going to copy, and then when it copies, that'll be 4 damage during combat. So I think it will see some play. I think it's a great card.
There's going to be some, like, I have ideas for it, but not for standard.
Yeah, I have ideas for standard.
I'm thinking about playing something like this in like Commander, and being able to, if you have a way to make your instant sorceries or your sorceries have instants, like an anticipation where you could cast it like it's an instant, using it as a mill deck.
Ah,
All right, so the next one is Firelord Zuko, a red, white, and black with firebending X, where X is Firelord Zuko's power. Whenever you cast a spell from exile, and whenever a permanent you control enters from exile, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. I think that's ridiculous.
yeah, works good with warp.
There's a few cards that I think this would be absolutely crazy with, and I can't think of what they are right now, but on this one, I see it being played. I would say probably a pretty good amount.
I agree. Mardu.
Just imagine this in an Edgar Markov deck.
Yeah. All
right, so the next. What's that?
I have to agree with you on Firelord Zuko. I believe it will see a lot of play.
Because there's an enchantment card that has indestructible that makes you exile stuff. I think that card and this card will probably be played in a lot of decks too. Okay, the next one we have. What's that?
I was telling you to go ahead.
Okay, the next one we have is Katara the Fearless, which is green, white, and blue. If a triggered ability of an ally you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. That's not bad, but I don't know if I see that being played a lot.
Well, I do. Because especially if you cast Earth King's Lieutenant, which has an ability. His ability triggers, it'll trigger again.
I guess what you could do is you could use that blue ley line that makes all your stuff allies, which I think would make that pretty good.
Yep. But this whole set is allies.
I just don't know. That card to me is going to be one that I have to wait and see after the set's out, because I don't know.
Right.
The next one is Toph the First Metal Bender, and I'm actually excited about this one. A colorless, a red, green, and white. Non-token artifacts you control are lands in addition to their other types. At the beginning of your end step, Earthbend 2.
Nice.
I'm excited for this card because I've seen it being tested.
Oh. I think this card is going to see a lot of play.
I do too, both in Commander and in Standard.
Yes.
The next one is the one you were actually just talking about, Earth King's Lieutenant. It is a green and white. When this creature enters, put a 1/1 counter on each other ally creature you control. And then whenever another ally you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on this creature.
Mm-hmm.
I could see this good in a counters deck.
Yeah, me too.
I think it might be played more than we think.
Yep.
For one, it's only 2 mana, so that's going to take up a good 2 mana spot in your decks.
Yeah, and it's got trample, and whenever this creature enters, put a 1/1 counter on each other ally. So it's ally Pacific. So let's say you got Katara out, then you play Earth King's Lieutenant. That's a trigger. That is a ETB. But then another ally comes out. When another ally you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. You will be putting 2/1 counters on it. So that's a triggered ability.
Yep, that's actually pretty solid.
Yep. Now you see why Katara is the Fearless is better than what you thought.
Well, I think it's better than what I thought, but I still don't know if I see it being played a lot. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be wrong about that, but I just don't know how many ally decks people are going to make.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay, this next card is Bifang's Bounty Hunters. 2 colorless, a black and a green. Whenever a non-land creature you control dies, Earthband X, where X is that creature's power, and this is a 4/4. I
Ooh.
see this card being played a lot because I got an idea for this deck.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that.
Because what I'm curious about is, your deck that has the black crystal in it.
Yep.
You use that and take care of all their creatures, and bring those creatures back to your side of the battlefield. So when you have this one out, their creatures would die, but you would get to Earthbend on your lands.
Correct.
The next one is Sandbender Scavengers. It is a black and a white. Whenever you sacrifice a permanent, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. When this creature dies, you may exile it, and when you do, return target creature card with mana value less than or equal to this creature's power from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's going to see a lot of play.
I agree. Especially in aristocrat deck.
Yep. That is really powerful for a 2-drop on that, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Next one is Sokka Lateral Strategist. 1 and a red or blue, or not red or blue, white or blue, and then another white or blue. You could pay either or for that. Vigilance, and whenever Sokka and at least one other creature attack, draw a card.
Ooh.
I think it's a good card, and I see that being played in some decks, but I don't know how much.
I agree. Very good card. Vigilance does not tap. And you just have to attack with 2 creatures, Sokka being one of them, and then you'll get to draw a card.
Well, yeah, anything with a draw on there like that, and it just has to have one other creature. I think it'll make it strong.
Yeah.
Next one is Suki Kyoshi Warrior. 2 and a greener white and a greener white, which you could pay for either one of those. Its power is equal to the number of creatures you control, and whenever it attacks, create a 1/1 white ally creature token that's tapped and attacking. I think that is a really good card and reminds me of a card back a few sets ago that was like 1 colorless and 2 white, and it did the same thing.
Uh-huh. Very good card. Very playable. I think it's going to see a lot of play.
Yeah, I do too. The next one is Long Fang Grand Secretariat. One colorless, a green and black, green and black. You can pay either or. Whenever another creature you control or a land you control is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. I see this being played a lot as well. An aristocrat style deck.
I agree. Sack your lands. Sack your lands for this
But
card.
I want to put this card with Ouroboros.
Yep. But you use this with sack ability, Earthbend, where you turn your lands into creatures. You sack that land, and then it leaves the battlefield, comes back as a land, so you're not losing nothing. And then you another creature will get a +1/+1 counter.
Next one is High Bay Spirit of Balance. 2 colorless and then either a whiter black or whiter black. When it enters or attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, put two 1/1 counters on High Bay. When it leaves the battlefield, put its counters on target creature you control. Once again, I see this being played, and I see it being played with Ouroboros.
Oh yeah, I do too. So good.
Being
Good.
able to transfer your counters from this to Ouroboros is going to be really crazy.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's a lot of reading.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. I'm trying to watch. Trying to watch the screen to watch so I can read it. There we go. Hama the Bloodbender. I'm having a hard time seeing it. There we go.
Well,
When Hama
I got this going on in the Discord. I should have.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it. I don't know why I'm doing it this way. I have the Discord on my phone, but I have the stream up on my computer.
See if that
When
helps.
Hama enters, there we go. When Hama enters, target opponent mills 3 cards. It's also 2 colorless and a blue, black, blue, black, blue, or black. It's one or the other. When it enters, target opponent mills 3 cards. You can exile up to 1 non-creature and non-land card from that player's graveyard. For as long as you control Hama, you may cast the exiled card during your turn by waterbending X rather than paying its mana cost, or X is its mana value. That is good, but I do not see that being played a lot because of the mana cost.
This card is okay. I'm going to give it an okay. Good effect. Because it does mill. Does mills 3 cards. You can exile anything except for a creature or land. So yeah, maybe okay, but it does seem hard to play. I mean, it's a 3/3 for 5. So I'm just going to give it. I'm going to give it an okay. So it might be playable, but it may not be. That's why
We'll have to wait.
That's why I'm giving it an
Yeah,
okay.
have to wait and see on that one, I think.
Yeah.
All right, the next one is Uncle Iroh, which is 1 and a red or green, red or green. It has firebending 1. Lesson spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. I'm not sure on this one. It's not bad because it reduces the mana cost, but I don't know how well that will be played.
Might be good. Might be.
The whole firebending thing I'm not sold upon yet.
Yeah.
All right. The next one is Zhao Ruthless Admiral. 2 colorless and a black or red, and another black or red. Firebending 2. Whenever you sacrifice another permanent, creatures you control get +1/+0 until the end of turn. I'm not sure on this one. If you make it like a token aristocrats deck, I could see it being pretty good.
I want to say okay. I think it's okay. It might see some play, but I seriously don't see it having much play.
That's how I am. Only reason is because it's 4 mana cost and it's hit or miss on what it can do.
Right.
The next one is Guru Pathic. 2 colorless and a red or a green or blue, green or blue. I don't know why I keep saying red. When it enters, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a lesson, saga, or shrine from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. When you cast a lesson, saga, or shrine, put a 1/1 counter on another target creature you control. I see this one. I think this one will be played a decent amount because of its ability.
Well, it cannot target itself, unfortunately. But but maybe might be all right. I mean, you got 2 crystals out there that can knock this down. A blue crystal or a green crystal. Green crystal deals with counters. So this, I think it's pretty. I think it'll be some play.
I think the main reason why I think it'll see play is because they'll let you look at the top 5 of your cards. That is pretty awesome, being able to look at the top 5 and picking one.
Yep.
The next one is Jet Freedom Fighter, which is 2 colorless and then red or white, and then it is when he enters, he deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature an opponent controls. When it dies, put a 1/1 counter on each up to 2 creatures. I don't see this one being played a lot.
I disagree. I mean, it's a 3/1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 5 mana. But what I like about this is when it enters, it deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature an opponent controls. So it is a spot removal. When it dies, it does put 1/1 counter on a creature. And
That is true.
Just because of that ability, kind of like it. However, the cost is kind of high. I mean, it is just a little 3/1 for 5 mana. So that's what's getting me on that. Do I see it seeing a lot of play? Not. I don't really think it's strong enough. Don't think it's strong enough for standard.
The only thing holding it back is the mana cost.
Correct.
If it was even just one less, like 4/3 cost, I think it'd be really good. Because the one deck I could think of for this deck would be a Kranko Mob Boss deck.
Mm-hmm. I think it should call. I think this needs to be a 3 cost, in my opinion. But maybe a 4. But this creature, I'm going to say no to this creature. I'm sorry. I don't think it's playable that much. I mean, it's a good creature, but as far as playing it, I don't think it's that good. Don't think it's good enough.
All right, so the next one is Professor Zay Anthropologist, and it's a blue or red. The first ability, it has 2 abilities. The first one's just tap it to discard a card and draw a card. And then for 1 mana and sacrifice it, you can return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand and only activate during your turn. I actually like this card. It does a lot on one card.
Yeah, I mean it's okay. I think it's okay. Do I think it'll see any play? It might see some play, but I'm just gonna give it an okay.
I think it's going to see a decent amount of play, honestly in a land destruction kind of style of deck. Being able to loot for your cards, I think, is going to be really strong to help find your pieces that you need.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, next one is Air Nomad Legacy. White and a blue. When this enchantment enters, create a clue token, and creatures you control with flying get +1/+1. I don't I like the card, but I also don't think it'll be played a lot.
Well, in a flying deck, I think this card will see a lot of play. And there are some flying decks out there, and there's quite a bit of creatures that fly. So I want to disagree with you there. I think it might see some play. Plus, you get to draw an extra card by paying 2.
Yeah, understandable on that one. The next one's Hermetic Herbalist, which is a green and blue. First abilities add 1 mana of any color, and the second abilities add 2 mana in any combination of colors. Spend this mana only to cast lesson spells, and it is a 2/3. I think this one will see more play than the turtle that we seen earlier because it's only a 2 mana.
I agree with you. Yeah, it is weaker than the turtle because the turtle was up here. It's a 3/6. However, it can't attack or block unless you got 3 lessons in the graveyard. This one can attack and block. It is a 2-cost mana dork, which ain't bad. We got 2 mana dorks in standard right now as is. So this stays right along with that, and being able to block, I think it's going to see a lot of play.
I'm going to say I think it might be seen in a doppelgang deck. I might be crazy, but.
Okay.
Okay. The next one is Cruel Administrator. 3 and a black and red, so 5 total mana for a 5/4. This creature enters with a 1/1 counter on it if you attack this turn, and whenever this creature attacks, create a 2/2 red soldier creature token with Firebending 1. I like this card a lot, but I don't like. I think it'll be played more than you think, but it's not overpowered. I don't think.
I think this is a great card. I think it's going to see a lot of play.
Think of this card with Impact Tremors.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Or even War Leader's Call.
Yep.
The next one is Bitter Work. 1 colorless and a green and a red. Whenever you attack a player with 1 or more creatures with power 4 or greater, draw a card, and it has Exhaust. Exhaust for 4 and then Earthbend for 4. Activate only during your turn. I see that being played a fair amount, I think, basically, because there's a lot of decks that power 4 or greater, honestly.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think this enchantment was going to see a lot of play.
I also think it could be played in Commander pretty easily, too.
Yep.
Alright, the next one is Tolls of War. When this enchantment enters, create a clue token. Whenever you sacrifice a permanent during your turn, create a 1/1 white ally creature token. This ability triggers only once each turn. Alright, so I see this card being good, but I also see one mild weakness to this card.
Mm-hmm.
You only get the trigger ability during your turn. You can't get the tokens off their turn.
Yeah, you
so
can.
It makes it a little bit weaker.
No, it don't. You can get the token on their turn too.
No, because it says whenever you sacrifice a permanent during your turn, create a 1/1 white ally creature token.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. You're right. You're right. You're right. Only
That
during your
that
turn.
that line of text right there hurts that card, in my opinion.
Yes, it does. Do I see it do you see it being played though?
That's where it's a hit or miss. Could I see it being played? Yes, but not the way like if I was to build a deck that would have like the aristocrat style like that, I
Mhm.
wouldn't want to play that because I would want to be able to do it on their turn too.
Right. I would give this a okay. That means it could be playable and it may not be.
Yeah, it's another one, and we'll wait and see on how that one works.
Mhm.
The next one is Foggy Swamp Spirit Keeper. A colorless and a blue and black. Life link for a 2/4. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token. With this token cannot block or be blocked by non-spirit creatures. I think that's actually really good.
I agree. But you got to be able to draw that second card, and since you're getting all these clue tokens, there's your second draw.
Now, I wish the spirit creatures could block, but I don't think with the right kind of deck, I don't think you necessarily need to worry about that.
Right.
All right. The next one is Daily Agents. 3 colorless, black and a green. For a 3/4. When this creature enters Earthbend 1 and then Earthbend 1, which basically almost Earthbend. Yeah, you just Earthbend twice, but only for one counter on. You could do it on each land, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever this creature attacks, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of creatures you control with 1/1 counters on them. I see this being played a lot.
I do too. I like this card a lot, and I do think it's going to see a lot of play.
And I bet you can guess what deck I'm suggesting that card for.
Yep, or a Boroid. It's in the right
Oh,
colors.
that'll be a one hit elimination with that card.
Yep.
All right, the next one is White Lotus Reinforcements. 1 colorless, a green, and a white. Vigilance, 2/3. Other allies you control get us 1/1. This card is good if there's going to be an allies deck, which somebody's going to make an ally deck, so I think this one will be played in a lot of those decks.
I think this card is playable because there is a lot of allies in the sets. Just almost every creature is an ally. So I do think this is going to see a lot of play. I mean, all it is just something to buff its anthem ability. It's all it is, but it doesn't buff itself. But you get two of these out on the battlefield because it's not legendary. They'll buff each other because they are an ally. So yeah, I think it'll be pretty good card to play. I think it's going to be see a lot of play.
This next one, I'm Sun Warriors, 2 colorless, and a red and white. For a 3/5, Firebending Axe, where X is the number of creatures you control, and for 5 mana, you could create a 1/1 white ally creature token. I see this card being played a lot.
I do too. I mean, you create a token every turn you attack, as long as you got 5 creatures mana to pay for the 5, and which you'll have that the very next turn, possible. And then then you'll use that firebending mana to create your ally tokens.
I see this card being played with Anim Hell.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I agree.
All right, the next one is Dragonfly Swarm, one colorless, blue and a red, flying and ward 1. This creature's power is equal to the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard. When this creature dies, if there's a lesson card in your graveyard, draw a card. I see this one being played a lot.
Yeah, it reminds me of that one flyer we had. I think it rotated out. Shoot. Made stuff cost cheaper. Make your instants and sorceries cost cheaper. It was a blue card. It was flying. There's another creature that's a 5/5. It's on the ground. It costs less for every instant sorcery card in your graveyard. I know you know the ones the 2 cards I'm talking about there.
Yeah, I can't think of the name for some reason.
I can't either, but this is replacing that, I believe. And because it's non-creature, non-land cards. So by non-creature, non-land cards, that means instant sorceries, artifacts, enchantments, everything but creatures and land. So,
Yep.
yeah, I think this.
All right.
I think Dragonfly Swarm will see a lot of play. I'd have to say that. Okay.
No, I do too with the especially with the ward 1.
Yep.
All right, the next one is Wandering Musicians. 3 colorless and a red or a white. For a 2/5. Whenever this creature attacks creatures you control, get a +1/+0 until the end of turn. I'm not sure. It's not a bad card, but I don't know if it'll be played a lot.
I won't say okay. I won't say this card is okay. It might see some
Yep.
play. It might see some play. I don't see it having much play. I mean, a 2/5 for 4 mana is not bad. Don't get me wrong. It can block. It's a good blocker. And it's 3/5 when it attacks. So it might see some play.
All right, the next one is Messenger Hawk. 2 colorless and a blue or black. Flying 1/2. When it enters, create a clue token. This creature gets +2/+0 as long as you draw 2 or more cards this turn. I could see this one being played a decent amount.
Yeah. I think this might see some play. I mean, it's a 2/2. You got to think of it as a possible 2/2. It might see some play. I mean, it might be.
Next one.
Go ahead.
See the thing with this one though is it only gets the +2/+0 as long as you draw 2 or more cards this turn. So if you don't draw, I don't know if that's permanent or if it's not. Like if the next turn you don't have draw 2, it doesn't just go back to a 1/2.
It goes back to a 1/2 because it's only till end of turn. Get to +2/+0 till end of turn.
Okay, so it's a hit or miss for me. It's an okay card on that one.
Yep.
All right, the next one is a platypus bear, which is funny. A colorless and a green or a blue with defender, a 2/3. When this creature enters, mill 2 cards. As long as there's a lesson card in your graveyard, this creature can attack although it didn't have defender.
Nice.
I think it's okay. I think it's funny though.
Yeah. Yeah, a good card to exile with your artifact that lets defenders attack.
Yeah.
You know the card I'm talking about. It exiles from the graveyard, gives abilities to your other creatures.
Oh, the Soul Cauldron.
Yeah, that's it. The cauldron.
All right, the next one is Earth Rumbler Wrestlers for 3 and a red or a green. It has reach and is a 3/4. This creature gets +1 and +0 and has trample as long as you control a land creature or a land enter the battlefield under your control this turn. I don't like the mana cost, but I see this card being played a lot.
I see it having some play. Four costs for a 3/4. Can be a 4/4 if you cast your fifth land. Or you have a bended land, then it'll be a 4/4.
Yeah, because there's even some lands that are in standard right now that you don't have to have Earthbend that attack and do some stuff.
Correct.
So I think that one is going to be pretty okay.
Yep. I think it'll see some play, but we'll just give it an okay because it might just see some play.
Okay, the next one is Abandoned Attachments. For 1 and a red or a blue, it's an instant lesson. You may discard a card. If you do, you draw 2 cards. I see this one being played a lot.
Yes, I think it would see a lot of play.
I actually really like that for being a 2-drop, and the fact that it's an instant makes it that much better.
Mm-hmm.
The next one is a Cat Owl. 3 colorless and a white or a blue. And it's a 3/3. Flying, whenever this creature attacks, untap target artifact or creature. Mana cost is not so great, but I see this being played with, honestly, probably the Cauldron if it don't get banned.
I agree. It can get real strong. It can be a strong card, to be honest. Because when it attacks, you get to untap something. So I think it's going to be a great card.
The next one is Pretending Poxbearers. A colorless and a white or a black. When this creature dies, create a 1/1 white ally creature token, and it is a 2/1. I see that being played in Aristocrats decks.
Yes, definitely.
The next one's Vindictive Warden, a 2 and a black or a red with Menace, and it is a 2/3. Firebending 1. For 3 mana, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. I think that's pretty good. I don't know how much it'll be played, but I like the fact you could put as much mana into this card and deal 1 damage to each opponent.
Mm-hmm. I like it. I think it's going to be see a lot of play. I do.
The next one is, what's that?
I do think it's going to see a lot of play. So I'm going to say Vindictive Warden is good.
If you throw in the Green Virtue with this card, I think it's going to be hilarious.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
The next one is Earth Village Ruffians, 2 and a green or a black. When this creature dies, Earthbend 2, and it's a 3/1. I could see that being played.
Yeah. I see it being an okay card. Yeah, you do get a 2/2 land creature. But that's all you get out of it. But so for 3/1 for 3. So you get a 2/2 creature on land. So yeah, I'm gonna say it's okay. I got to say it's okay.
And then, that's what I agree. I think it's an okay card. It's not bad, especially for it being a common.
Right.
The next one is Earth Kingdom Soldier for 4 colorless and a green or a white. Vigilance. When this creature enters, put a 1/1 counter on it up to 2 target creatures you control, and it's a 3/4. I do not see this one being played.
I do, because of the simple fact is it can target itself. It can target itself.
No. The thing with that card, though, is there's better cards for 5 mana to be able to put counters on stuff.
True. So,
like, let's say if you had to choose between this card and Ouroboros, which is one less mana. Which one would you choose?
Probably Ouroboros.
So it could you play with it? Yes, but I don't know if it will because it's a little high on the mana cost.
So Earth Kingdom Soldier, we'll just give it a okay.
Yep.
All right, now we're in the colorless. You want to read those, or you want me to read them?
If you want me to continue reading, I can do that. I can at least do the first one. It's my favorite.
All right, go for it.
All right. The first one is the Walls of Basing Say. It is Defender with 0 attack, 30 power. Other permanents you control have indestructible. I don't care what people say. This card is going to be played.
Yeah, I think this card is going to see some play. However, it does not have indestructible itself, and you can only play one unless you're able to play it in have something out on the battlefield, let you have multiple permanents of the same that where legendary rule does not apply. Then I would say this card would be better. Because then both of them would have indestructible.
The one thing I do say is I don't think it warrants having a mythic. I think it should be a rare.
It's awful.
But that's just because it is a card that I like.
Yeah. Well, the next card I like, Planetarium of Wan Shine Tongue, 6 mana, legendary artifact. Pay 1, you tap it, to scry 2. Whenever you scry or surveil, look at the top card of your library. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. Do this only once each turn.
I think that's going to be seeing a lot of play. I got some ideas for that card.
Oh, so do I. I do think that these two cards that we just read are going to see a lot of play. Not for sure, not 100% sure on the first one, but the second one definitely. And
I think that Planetarium could be good with the Spaceship Land Destruction deck.
Yeah. I'll read every other one.
All right, the next one is White Lotus Tile for 4 mana. This artifact enters tapped, and tap it to add X mana of any one color, where X is the greatest number of creatures you control that have a creature type in common. Ooh. I see this card being played a lot in tribal decks.
Definitely.
Specifically Commander, I think.
Well, Commander and maybe some Rabbit.
Heir Apparent.
Yeah, it's good for Heir Apparent decks.
I didn't think about that. That's actually a good idea, too.
Yeah. All right, next we got Meteor Sword for 7 mana. Ooh. When this equipment enters, destroy target permanent. Nice. Equip for 3. Equip creature gets +3/+3. Not bad.
I don't like the mana cost, but I see it being played in the land destruction decks.
Yeah, I mean, I see it being played along with Planetarium. I believe it'd be in a deck with Planetarium.
I would say it's a good card.
Yeah. I mean, 7 mana nowadays, it ain't hard to get up to 7 mana at all.
No, because there is a battleship that gives you 3 mana. Correct. So I think it'd be easy to get to, but I don't like seeing those high mana costs.
Well, Ugin is 7 mana. This is 7 mana. If people can play Ugin, they sure can play this.
Now, don't give them the idea of playing Moonlit Meditation.
But get out of my head. I done thought about that. But Meteor Sword, I think it's a pretty good card. I think it's going to see a lot of play, especially after people can figure out how to ramp with it. So I think it's going to see a lot of play.
Oh, the next one is Fire Nation Warship for 3 mana and reach. When this vehicle dies, create a clue token. It is a 4/4 and for crew 2. I personally don't like vehicles, and I don't know if I see this one being played a lot, but it might.
I mean, it does create draw because it creates that clue, but I'm not big a fan on vehicles myself. But do I see it seeing some play? I see it might see some play, but I seriously, if it does, I'm just gonna give it an okay. Just gonna give it an okay. All right, next we got Trusty Boomerang for 1 mana equipment. Equipped creature has pay 1 tap, tap target creature, return Trusty Boomerang to its owner's hand. Equip for 1. Now, I have to read this a couple of times to figure it out, but equipped creature has pay 1 tap, tap target creature. So you pay this, you equip it to your creature, you tap your creature, you tap your opponent's creature, and then you return this to your hand. Then you play this again for 1 mana, equip it for 1, and so therefore it's really kind of like a stalemate to me because you're having to tap your creatures in order to tap your opponent's creatures. That's my belief on this. So I really like this card, but will it see some play? I think it might see a little bit of play, but I don't think it'll have much play.
I agree with you on that one. It's kind of a little weird in my opinion. All right. The next one is Energy Bending for 2 mana. It's an instant. Lands you control gain all basic land types until end of turn and draw a card. I see this one being played a lot.
Yeah, especially I do too, especially if there's a lot of land on the battlefield and you want to cast a card that has multiple lands types in it and you ain't got those lands. This right here will fix it for 1 turn. So you can play that card. So
And you get to draw off of it.
correct. You get to draw also. So this one, I think it might see some play. I do. Yeah, I think this is a very playable card. I think it's going to see some play. All right, next we got Koshai Battle Fan for 2 equipment. When this equipment enters, create a 1/1 white ally creature token, then attach this equipment to it. Equipped creature gets +1/+0, equipped for 2. So it turns a 1/1, makes a 1/1, and turns it into a 2/1. Turns a token into a 2/1. Very weak. I mean, yeah, it does get you an ally token, but I think it's too weak for standard right now. So I'm just gonna give this
I agree.
equipment just a okay.
I gotta agree with you on that one. I think it's just a little weak. Okay, the next one is Barrels of Blasting Jelly for one mana, and for 1 mana, add 1 mana of each color. Activate only once each turn, or for 5 mana, tap it and sacrifice this artifact. Deals 5 damage to target creature. Okay, I will give them the credit. The name of the card is hilarious, and I love the name. But I see this card zero. I don't see this card being played at all, and I think it's borderline trash.
I do agree with you because you're getting 1 mana for the cost of 1 mana. I mean,
Yep.
it allows you to change a color of a mana into another color. That's it. Just 1 mana. And so as far as seeing play, I don't see it. I don't think it'll see much play. I'm gonna give it an okay because it could, but I really don't think it will. Alrighty. Next one is Bender's Water Skin for 3 mana artifact. Untap this artifact during each player's untap step. Tap it to add 1 mana of any color. This one, I want to say, will see some play because you can use it on your turn and you can use it on your opponent's turn. So I do think Bender's Water Skin, is a pretty good card. That's my belief on this card, and I do like it just because you're able to use it on both turns. So I don't think it's going to see some play, but I still got to give it just a okay.
I think this card might actually see a lot more play than a person can expect. Basically, because of the control decks, you're gonna have that open mana on your step, your turn, and their turn. So I could see that card being played. King's Journey for 2 mana, and it has Kicker 2. Use. Give me a second. Search your library for a basic land card if the spell was kicked. Instead, search your library for a basic land card and a shrine card. Reveal those cards, put them into your hand, then shuffle. You gain 2 life. I think this card, that is tough. I wish they had put the land onto the battlefield. So I think it's an okay card. Will it see play? It might, because it was searching for a shrine.
Yeah, it might be okay, but I myself don't see the shrines being anything big because shrines are kind of weak in this set to me.
I think there was only a total of 4 shrines, so
There was one of each color.
There's one of each color. Yeah, I don't think that's enough shrines really to warrant
It ain't.
this, because you can only have one. Like if you had 4 of each color out or in your deck, you can only have one out each time because they're legendary.
Correct. All right, next one, I like this one. Zuko's Exile for 5 mana. Exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment. Its controller creates a clue token. So you can get rid of the threat that's on the battlefield for 5 mana. Yeah, they get to create a clue token. They get a draw out of it. But yet you're exiling their artifact, their creature, or enchantment. That's causing the problem. So I do think this is a very playable card. For 5 mana less, and it ain't that bad.
I agree with you on that, especially number 1, the exiles instead of just destroys, and it's pretty much anything that's really a threat.
Exactly. So Zuko's Exile, I want to say it's very playable. Then we got a few lands to go over, and that's it. You want to go over
All right.
what I call special lands?
All right, so the first one is Abandoned Air Temple. This land enters tapped unless you control a basic land. You tap it to add a white mana. For 4 mana, you could put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. I see that being played a lot.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, that's a great land. 3 and a white, you put a +1 counter on every creature you control. That's good.
And all you have to do, it'll enter untapped 90% of the time, because if you're going to run basic lands.
Oh, yeah. So, this is a turn 2 land, if possible.
Yep.
Right, next, we got the blue one, which is Anga Quala, something like that. Anyway, it's a land that enters tap unless you control basic, just like the white one. You tap it for a blue, or you pay 3, draw a card, and discard a card. That's not terrible.
I wish that second ability was like 2 mana instead of 3, but I don't think that's too bad at all either.
Right.
All right, so the next one is Realm of Ko. It enters tapped unless you have a basic land. It taps for a black mana. And for 4 mana, tap this, you create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token. With this token can't block or be blocked by non-spirit creatures. I think this is a good land. I think the mana ability is a little high. I think it could be fine with 3, but that's just me.
I agree. I mean, you would think it'd be 3 instead of 4 because the first one is 4, second one is 3, this is 4. But as far as being able to make a creature token for free, I mean, for 4, that's not bad, actually, I don't think.
Use it with Moonlit Meditation, and it makes it really good.
Yeah, definitely. All right, next we got Fire Nation Palace, which is a red land. And just like the others, it enters tap unless you control basic. And you tap it for red, and for 2 mana, target creature you control gains Fire Bending 4 until end of turn. So that's like 4 extra mana during combats. Not too bad, I don't think.
I see this land in VV decks, unfortunately.
VV decks, yeah, but I think VV's going to end up being banned. At least I hope, with all these powerful cards we're getting. I mean, yeah, it needs to be.
I'm not gonna lie, seeing some of this stuff, I hope VV gets banned.
Me too.
So the next one is Basing Say. It enters tapped unless you have a basic land. It taps for green, and for 2 colorless and green, you could tap it to Earthbend 2. I think that's I think that's pretty solid.
Oh yeah, I do too. I mean, you get a free creature by tapping 3 mana in this. So for 4 mana, you get a 2/2 creature. That's still not bad because you're turning a creature into a land into a creature. Not bad at all. All right, next we got Jasmine Dragon Tea Shop. Tap it for a colorless, or you tap it at 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast an ally spell or activate an ability of ally source. You can pay 5 to tap it to create a 1/1 ally creature token. Too high of a cost to make that token. I think it's too high of a cost to make that token. This land, I don't think it'll see much play. I mean, yeah, it does tap for a colorless, but as far as standard, I think it's too high for a creature token.
I agree with you on that one. A little too high on that.
So I'm just gonna give it a okay because some people's going to try it, but don't think it's there.
The next one is Secret Tunnel. This land can't be blocked. You tap it to add a colorless, or for 4 mana, tap it. 2 target creatures you control that share a creature type can't be blocked this turn. I think this land's really good.
I do too, because of the simple fact is, if you Earthbend this card, it can't be blocked. If you pay 4 and tap it, and 2 of your creatures that share a creature type cannot be blocked. I think it's a very good card. I think it's going to see a lot of play.
I do too, especially with the earthbending.
Oh yeah, definitely. All right, next we got White Lotus Hideouts. Taps for a colorless. You tap it at 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a lesson or a shrine. Or you pay 1, tap it, add 1 mana of any color. It's pretty good this land's pretty good for your lessons and your colorless. But as far as the last ability, I'm not a fan of the last ability. So this card here, to me, it's pretty good actually. I want to say it's pretty good. But as since I
I
can't
just
use, but since I can't use the whole card, I just got to give it an okay.
yeah, I would say the first two abilities are good. The tap one to tap it, I don't care for personally.
Mhm.
All right, so the next one is Rumble Arena. Vigilance. When this land enters Scry 1, you can add tap it to add a colorless, or for 1 mana and tap it, add one of mana any color.
Hmm.
I think it is good with Earthbending, but I don't like the tap one to tap it to add a mana.
I agree with you 100% on that. So I got to give uh, Rumble Arena okay, just because of the scry and the vigilance if you earthbend it. And but as far as so from my rankings on the land on the I'm gonna rank the Secret Tunnel and the Rumble Arena. I believe the Secret Tunnel is better than Rumble Arena by a long shot. Yes, Rumble Arena does have vigilance, which is good. And that's a good ability, but Secret Tunnel, I believe, is better. And the next lands we're getting is our draw lands. We're getting draw land. What I call them draw lands. You pay for, you tap them, you sack the land, you draw a card. They're dual lands, but they still you're still able to draw by on turn 4.
Yeah, I think those will be pretty good.
You think these draw lands are good?
I do honestly being able to, because a lot of the times a person doesn't have like enough card draw in their deck, and you could just sacrifice those to draw a card. I think they'll be pretty good.
Mm-hmm. They do enter tapped. Then we got basic lands and the showcase, and we're not going to go over the basic lands. Everybody knows what a basic land is, but anyway, that is the whole entire set. Gone through, talked about my thoughts, Dunwolf's thoughts on the cards. Did you see any good cards up here that I went through? That's
I'm gonna be honest with you with this set, which I like in this set. That wall that's a zero power 30 defense. I
mm,
think that is my favorite card in the set so far.
okay. Did anything else stand out to you up through here?
Um, I'm so focused on that one card to be honest, I can't really say.
I pointed out some pretty good cards, I believe. I like this Fire Nation drill. 'Cause I went through these black and green yesterday, and I went through red, blue, and white today.
Right.
Because I wanted to get it, look at them again, read them all again, and get them up in my head for Wednesday. But Fire Nation drill, such a good. I mean, it's a vehicle though, but I like it. It does have trample.
That one
Does cost
that
4.
one surprised that surprises me that you like that.
I know, but the ability on it is what I like the most. Costs 4 mana. It is a 6/3. Has trample. And when it enters, you may tap it. If you do, destroy target creature with power 4 or less.
Okay. So on that one, it's only when it enters you can tap it to destroy something. Other than that, it doesn't do anything if you don't have a way to flicker it.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's say your opponent has a hexproof creature or indestructible creature. You pay 1, permanents your opponent's control, lose hexproof and indestructible until end of turn.
See that part would be pretty good, like against Ketchermos and that other one that has indestructible. I think those would be pretty good.
Yes. That is why this card for a vehicle is good. It is good. It's actually a vehicle that I actually will enjoy playing. And I can't wait to play it. My Scornful Striker. What do you think about that one?
What's that?
My Scornful Striker.
Oh, yeah, that one that's awesome. That's gonna hurt me a lot because I like to play non-creature decks, but
Yeah. Bring your control on, buddy. If I get this on the battlefield, no more control.
not unless you want to lose a bunch of life.
Exactly. Uh, yeah, Phoenix Fleet Airship can turn itself into a creature. You get 8 of these on the battlefield, this turns into a 4/4 creature. So you'll have 8 4/4s.
That one being pretty good too.
I mean, they are upping their game on these vehicles. Call the Face Stealer, 4, 5, 6 mana, 6/6. Shapeshifter Spirits. When enters, exile up to one other target creature. So you exile your opponent's biggest creature. Whenever another non-token creature dies, you may exile it. Pay 1 life, choose a creature card, exile with this card. And Koth has all activated and triggered abilities of the last chosen card. All activated abilities. Activated and triggered abilities.
That's pretty good, I think.
I agree. But I've seen a lot of good cards in this set. I really have. And the whole set has been revealed. It's 294 cards that we went over in the last 2 days. Alrighty, folks. Most of them we went over today. Because it is now 6 o'clock. I've been streaming since 2 o'clock, so 2. I've been streaming for 4 hours now. So with that, folks, we're going to go ahead and end the stream. But do me a big old favor, hit that like button. If you ain't subscribed, consider hitting that subscribe button because we usually do 2 streams a day. Most of the time, they're not this long. But we want to go over the Avatar spoilers for one last time to see what we can do to theorycraft some decks. Because now we're going to theorycraft some decks, and you yourself can theorycraft some decks. And if you're here in the chat, you can get the Discord link, and you can theorycraft a deck and throw it into the Discord, and I will give you a shout out during the early access streamer event stream, which is this Wednesday. But until then, I hope everybody has you a good evening. And I want to thank you, Lone Wolf, for jumping in on the stream here. Appreciate you. And I do appreciate each and every one of my subscribers, each and every one of my channel members. Y'all make the channel what it is, and I thank you very much. Y'all have a